Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the western reaches of the Shire, where the green hills met the Tower Hills, lived a hobbit named Primula Brandybuck. Known for her magical touch with plants, Primula had a garden that was the envy of all hobbits in the surrounding area. But what few knew was that her garden held an ancient secret, a long-forgotten elven legacy. On a moonless night, when the sky was speckled with stars like diamonds on black velvet, Primula couldn't sleep. Insomnia, an unwelcome visitor that had plagued her for weeks, led her outside her cozy hobbit hole. Barefoot, she walked through her garden, feeling the cool grass beneath her feet. The night air was heavy with the gentle scent of jasmine and lavender, a fragrance that seemed to calm her restless thoughts. As she walked, Primula noticed something strange. The flowers appeared to be whispering, their petals moving softly, as if conversing in a secret language. Intrigued, she approached an old oak tree at the center of the garden. Its gnarled roots formed a small niche, and there, partially hidden by vegetation, was an object Primula had never noticed before. A small silver bell, delicately crafted with patterns of leaves and vines. With trembling hands, she picked up the bell. As she touched it, she felt a wave of warmth spread through her fingers, as if the object were alive. Moved by an impulse she couldn't explain, Primula gently rang the bell. The sound that emanated was like nothing she had ever heard before. It was a clear, crystalline note that seemed to resonate not just in the air, but within her very soul. The moment the sound dissipated, the garden around her began to transform. The flowers opened fully, releasing a soft, ethereal light. The trees seemed to stretch towards the starry sky, their leaves whispering ancient elven songs. And in the air, dancing like tiny sparks of light, appeared miniature creatures that Primula recognized from old tales, garden fairies. One of the fairies, no larger than Primula's thumb, alighted on her hand. Its voice was like the tinkling of tiny bells when it spoke. "Welcome, guardian of the garden. For many moons, we have waited for someone who could hear our song." Amazed, Primula listened as the fairy explained that her garden was, in fact, an ancient elven sanctuary, a place of healing and dreams. The bell she had found was the key to awakening the dormant magic of the place. "But why me?" Primula asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The fairy smiled, a gesture that illuminated its entire tiny face. "Because you have the heart of a dreamer and the hands of a healer. You understand the language of plants and respect the rhythms of nature. Who better to guard this place?" As the night progressed, Primula was guided by the fairies through her transformed garden. Each plant, each flower had a story to tell, memories of ancient times when elves and hobbits walked side by side. The roses shared stories of love that transcended ages, their velvety petals whispering tales of eternal passions and broken hearts healed by time. Primula felt the weight of her own lonely heart lighten as she listened to these narratives, understanding that love, in all its forms, was a force that connected all living creatures. The ancient oaks murmured legends of long-forgotten battles, of times of darkness and light. Their deep roots held memories of the earth itself, reminding Primula of the resilience and strength that resided in the heart of all living beings, no matter how small they might seem. The lavender and chamomile softly hummed songs of healing, their gentle melodies carrying the power to calm troubled minds and weary bodies. Primula felt her own muscles relax, the tension she had carried for weeks slowly dissipating like mist under the morning sun. A small brook, almost hidden among tall ferns, told stories of travels and discoveries. Its crystal clear waters reflected images of distant lands and strange peoples, reminding Primula that even in the comfort of her home, she was part of a vast and wonderful world. As she walked through the enchanted garden, Primula came upon a stone bench covered in soft moss. Sitting down, she was enveloped by the gentle aroma of night-blooming flowers and the soft murmur of leaves in the wind. The fairies danced around her, their soft lights creating hypnotic patterns in the air. It was then that the garden began to share its most precious story, the origin of hobbits. It was a tale that unfolded like a gentle river, speaking of a time when the ancestors of hobbits were nomads, wandering the vast plains of Middle-earth. The story spoke of how these ancestors found the fertile lands that would become the Shire, guided by dreams sent by the Veiler. It described the deep connection that the first hobbits formed with the land, learning to cultivate it with love and respect. Primula listened, fascinated, about how hobbits learned the art of gardening from the elves, who saw in them an innocence and joy of living that they had long since lost. The elves taught the hobbits the secrets of plants, how to talk to trees, and understand the whispers of flowers. As the narrative unfolded, Primula felt a deep sense of belonging spread through her being. She understood that her love for the garden was not just a personal preference, but an echo of this ancestral knowledge, a connection to her deepest roots. The story continued, speaking of how, over the centuries, hobbits became the unrecognized guardians of peace in Middle-earth. Their connection to the land, their appreciation for simple things, and their ability to find joy in small matters served as a counterbalance to the great forces that moved the world. Primula learned that each hobbit garden, no matter how small, was an anchor of light and hope in the fabric of the world. Each flower cultivated with love, each vegetable harvested with gratitude, was a small but powerful affirmation of life and beauty. As the night wore on, Primula felt her eyes grow heavy, not from exhaustion, but from a deep peace she had never experienced before. The fairies, sensing this, gently guided her back to her hobbit hole. Before departing, the small fairy that had first spoken to Primula alighted on her shoulder. "Remember," she whispered, "the garden is now a part of you, just as you're a part of it. In moments of doubt or fear, you will always find peace here." Primula fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow, plunging into dreams filled with vibrant colors and soft music. For the first time in weeks, she slept deeply, her body and mind renewing in the gentle embrace of sleep. In the days that followed, Primula noticed a change in herself. She walked with more lightness, smiled more easily, and the insomnia that had plagued her seemed to have disappeared completely. Her garden, to the eyes of others, remained the same, but she could feel the magic pulsing silently beneath the surface. Slowly, word spread throughout the Shire. Hobbits suffering from nightmares, insomnia, or simply heavy hearts began to visit Primula's garden. She welcomed them with herbal tea and comforting stories, gently guiding them through the garden while sharing the secrets she had learned. Although visitors couldn't see the fairies or hear the stories of the plants as Primula could, they all left her garden feeling renewed and at peace. Many reported having the best nights of sleep in their lives after these visits. Over time, Primula Brandybuck's garden became known as a place of healing and sweet dreams. It was a gentle reminder to all the hobbits of the Shire that magic still existed in the world, hidden in the simplest and most unexpected places. And so, night after night, the hobbits of the Shire rediscovered the healing power of nature and ancient stories. In every flower that opened, in every leaf that danced in the wind, there was an invitation to dream, to heal, and to remember the simple yet profound beauty of life in the Shire. Story 2. In the heart of the Shire, where wheat fields danced gently under the starry sky, lived Finian Took, a middle-aged hobbit with curious eyes and an even more curious heart. Finian was not like other hobbits. While most were content with stories told around cozy hearths, he yearned to uncover the secrets hidden in the shadows of ancient oaks and in the depths of murmuring streams. On a particularly serene night, when even the owls seemed to have retreated into silence, Finian felt an irresistible call coming from the old forest on the eastern border of the Shire. With silent steps and a racing heart, he ventured beyond the familiar boundaries of his comfortable hobbit hole. The full moon bathed the landscape in its silvery light, transforming the leaves of the trees into delicate silver filigree. Finian walked reverently, his bare feet barely making a sound on the carpet of fallen leaves. The air was heavy with the scent of moss and damp earth, a fragrance that seemed to awaken ancestral memories in his core. As he ventured deeper into the forest, Finian noticed a soft glow emanating from a small valley. Intrigued, he approached cautiously, his eyes widening in amazement as he discovered the source of the luminescence, an ancient tree, its leaves shimmering with an ethereal gold, as if they had captured the very essence of the sun. At the foot of the tree, half buried among the gnarled roots, lay an object that made Finian's heart leap, an elven book, its delicate pages protected by a leather cover worked with silver runes. With trembling hands, he picked it up, feeling the weight of countless years of history in his palms. Sitting against the trunk of the luminous tree, Finian opened the book with reverent care. To his surprise, the elvish words on the pages began to transform, rewriting themselves in Western before his marveling eyes. And so, in a voice as soft as the night breeze, the book began to narrate long-forgotten stories of the Shire. The first story spoke of Belladonna Took, an ancestor of Finian, known for her courage and adventurous spirit. The book told how she, on a summer night, much like this one, encountered a group of wounded elves in the same old forest. Without hesitation, Belladonna took them in and cared for them in secret, learning songs and stories that had never before been heard by Hobbit ears. As the narrative unfolded, Finian felt a deep peace spreading through his being. The words flowed like a tranquil stream, carrying away the worries and anxieties of everyday life. He found himself immersed in Belladonna's adventures, smelling the herbs she used to heal the elves, hearing the soft tinkle of elven laughter echoing among the trees. The next story transported Finian to the days of the Shire's founding. It spoke of Marco and Blanco, the Hobbit brothers who led their people across the misty mountains. The book described in vivid detail the arduous journey, the moments of despair, and the small joys that kept hope alive in the hearts of the travelers. Finian could almost feel the biting wind of the mountains on his face, the weight of responsibility on the brothers' shoulders. But he also shared in the indescribable joy when, after months of journeying, they finally caught sight of the green fields that would become their home. The narrative evoked a profound feeling of belonging and gratitude, making Finian appreciate even more the comfort and peace of the Shire. As the night progressed, the stories became increasingly ancient and mysterious. They spoke of a time when Middle-earth itself was young, and hobbits had not yet settled in their comfortable burrows. One of these stories told of a hobbit named Adeldreda, the Wanderer, who lived for years among the Ents of Fangorn Forest. This narrative was particularly fascinating, describing how Adeldreda learned the slow and melodic language of the Ents, and how this knowledge profoundly transformed him. Finian found himself enveloped by the hypnotic cadence of Entish words, feeling as if the very roots of the earth were moving beneath his feet, slowly and inexorably. Adeldreda's story spoke of patience and a deep connection with the natural world. It described how he learned to hear the whisper of leaves, to understand the secrets guarded in the bark of ancient trees. Finian felt his breathing calming, synchronizing with the slow and steady rhythm of the forest around him. As the night deepened, the book's stories became more ethereal, more like dreams than narratives. They spoke of encounters with magical creatures on the borders of the Shire, Tom Bombadil dancing among the willows, Goldberry singing by sparkling brooks, and even fleeting glimpses of Radagast the Brown tending to the animals of the forest. These stories wove a rich tapestry of magic and mystery, reminding Finian that even in the familiar comfort of the Shire, the extraordinary was always lurking, waiting to be discovered by those with eyes to see and ears to hear. The last story in the book was perhaps the most moving. It narrated the encounter of a young Gandalf, still known as Ol Rin, with a group of ancestral hobbits. The wizard, impressed by the resilience and joy of the small beings, made a solemn promise to always protect and guide the people of the Shire. This narrative touched Finian deeply, making him feel a connection that transcended time, linking him not only to his ancestors, but to the entire history of Middle-earth. He understood that each hobbit, no matter how small and insignificant they might seem, had an important role to play in the great fabric of the world. When Finian finally closed the book, the first rays of sun were beginning to gild the horizon. He felt renewed, as if he had emerged from a deep and invigorating dream. The weight of anxiety and insomnia that had tormented him for so long seemed to have dissipated like mist under the morning sun. Carefully, Finian tucked the elven book among the roots of the golden tree, instinctively understanding that this was its place. He knew he could return whenever he needed comfort or inspiration. Walking back to his hobbit hole, Finian felt a new peace settle in his heart. The stories he had heard were not just tales to fall asleep to. They were a reminder of the magic that existed in the world, of the importance of small things, and of the transformative power of connecting with nature and our own history. From that day forward, Finian became an unofficial guardian of the lost stories of the Shire. On nights when sleep eluded his neighbors, he invited them for walks under the stars, sharing the tales he had learned. His words, imbued with the ancient magic of the elven book, had the power to calm restless minds and bring serene dreams. And so, night after night, the lost stories of the Shire found their way back into the hearts of the hobbits, bringing with them a long-forgotten peace and a deep, restorative sleep. Story 3: The golden sun peeked over the rolling hills of the Shire, casting a warm glow across the sleepy landscape. In the quiet hamlet of Buckleberry, nestled along the banks of the Brandywine River, young Primrose Brandybuck stirred from her slumber. The gentle chorus of bird song and the distant babbling of the river beckoned her to embrace the promise of a perfect summer day. Primrose stretched lazily in her cozy hobbit bed, her toes curling against the soft linen sheets. The sweet scent of honeysuckle wafted through her open window, mingling with the earthy aroma of freshly baked bread from the kitchen below. With a contented sigh, she swung her feet to the cool wooden floor and padded to her wardrobe. Selecting a light cotton dress in a cheerful buttercup yellow, Primrose hummed softly to herself as she dressed. She ran a brush through her unruly chestnut curls, tying them back with a ribbon that matched her frock. The mirror reflected back a pair of bright hazel eyes, twinkling with anticipation for the day ahead. In the kitchen, Primrose found a basket already prepared by her mother. It was filled with an assortment of treats perfect for a day by the river: crusty bread, wedges of sharp cheddar, crisp apples, and a small jar of honey. Tucked alongside was a well-worn book of Shire poetry, a gift from her grandmother. Primrose added a bottle of cool, sweet raspberry cordial before slipping out the round green door of her family's hobbit hole. The morning air was fresh and invigorating as Primrose made her way down the winding path to the river. Dew-laden grass tickled her bare feet, and she reveled in the sensation. The path was lined with wildflowers, daisies, buttercups, and delicate Queen Anne's lace, their petals still unfurling in the early light. As she neared the Brandywine, the sound of the gently flowing water grew louder. The river came into view, a ribbon of silver winding through the lush green landscape. Primrose's favorite spot, a small grassy knoll beneath an ancient willow tree, awaited her arrival. With practiced ease, Primrose spread out a soft woolen blanket in the dappled shade of the willow. The long, graceful branches swayed in the light breeze, their leaves creating a soothing whisper. She arranged her picnic basket and settled herself comfortably, breathing in the clean, crisp scent of the river mingled with the earthy aroma of the willow bark. From her basket, Primrose withdrew a simple fishing rod, a gift from her Uncle Mary on her last birthday. Though she wasn't much of an angler, she enjoyed the peaceful ritual of casting her line into the calm waters. With nimble fingers, she baited the hook with a plump worm from the soft soil near the river's edge. The fishing line arced gracefully through the air as Primrose cast it into the Brandywine. The small red and white bobber landed with a soft plop and began to drift lazily with the current. Primrose leaned back against the willow's trunk, content to watch the bobber's gentle dance upon the water's surface. As the morning wore on, the sun climbed higher in the azure sky. The river sparkled like diamonds in the bright light, and dragonflies began to flit about, their iridescent wings catching the sun's rays. Primrose watched them with quiet fascination, marveling at their aerial acrobatics as they skimmed across the water's surface. A family of ducks paddled by, the mother leading a line of fluffy ducklings. Their soft quacks and the gentle splashing of their webbed feet added to the river's melodious symphony. Primrose smiled, charmed by their orderly procession and the ducklings' occasionally clumsy attempts to keep up with their mother. The warm sun and peaceful atmosphere soon lulled Primrose into a drowsy state. She set aside her fishing rod, having caught nothing but enjoying the experience nonetheless. Stretching out on the blanket, she pillowed her head on her arms and gazed up at the sky through the willow's swaying branches. Fluffy white clouds drifted overhead, their shapes morphing slowly in the gentle breeze. Primrose let her imagination wander, seeing castles, dragons, and sailing ships in their ever-changing forms. The warm sunlight on her skin and the soft grass beneath the blanket created a cocoon of comfort. As midday approached, Primrose's stomach gave a gentle rumble, reminding her of the picnic tucked away in her basket. She sat up, brushing a few stray leaves from her dress, and began to unpack her lunch. The bread was still slightly warm, its crust crackling pleasantly as she broke off a piece. Primrose assembled a simple yet satisfying meal, pairing the crusty bread with slices of the sharp cheddar. The first bite was a delightful explosion of flavors, the tangy cheese complementing the bread's hearty texture perfectly. She savored each mouthful, washing it down with sips of the cool, sweet raspberry cordial. After her meal, Primrose reclined once more, propping herself up on one elbow as she reached for her book of poetry. The pages were soft and slightly yellowed with age, carrying the comforting scent of old paper and leather. She thumbed through the familiar verses, her lips moving silently as she read her favorite poems. One particular piece caught her eye, an ode to the Brandywine River itself. The poet's words painted a vivid picture of the very scene before her, capturing the essence of a lazy summer day by the water. Primrose read it aloud softly, her voice blending harmoniously with the ambient sounds of nature around her. As the afternoon wore on, the quality of light began to change, taking on a warmer golden hue. The shadows lengthened, and a cool breeze picked up, rustling the willow's leaves. Primrose set aside her book and simply observed the subtle shift in her surroundings. A pair of kingfishers darted back and forth across the river, their bright blue plumage flashing in the sun. Their distinctive rattling call echoed across the water as they hunted for small fish. Primrose watched their precise dives with admiration, marveling at their skill and grace. The afternoon's peaceful atmosphere was briefly interrupted by the distant laughter of Hobbit children. A group of youngsters had gathered further down the riverbank, splashing in the shallows and skipping stones across the water's surface. Their joyful sounds brought a smile to Primrose's face, reminding her of summers past spent in similar pursuits. As the sun began its descent towards the horizon, Primrose decided to wade into the shallows herself. She rolled up the hem of her dress and stepped carefully into the cool water. The smooth pebbles of the riverbed massaged her feet as she walked, the gentle current swirling around her ankles. Small minnows darted away from her steps, their tiny silver bodies catching the light as they moved. Primrose stood still, watching as they gradually grew bolder, swimming closer to investigate this new presence in their watery home. The cool water was refreshing after the warmth of the day, and Primrose relished the sensation. Returning to her blanket, Primrose dried her feet on the soft grass before settling down once more. She took out an apple from her basket, its skin a beautiful mottled red and green. The fruit was crisp and juicy, its sweet tart flavor a perfect end to her day by the river. As twilight approached, the river took on a different character. The water's surface became like glass, perfectly reflecting the pastel hues of the sunset sky. A chorus of crickets began their nightly serenade, their chirps joining the gentle lapping of the water against the shore. Primrose packed up her belongings with unhurried movements, savoring these last moments of her peaceful day. She folded the blanket carefully, tucking it into the basket along with her book and the remnants of her picnic. With one last look at the tranquil scene, she shouldered her basket and began the walk home. The path back to Bucklebury was illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies, their gentle lights blinking on and off in the gathering dusk. Primrose walked slowly, breathing in the sweet evening air, filled with the scent of night, blooming flowers. As she approached her family's Hobbit hole, warm light spilled from the windows, and the aroma of supper cooking wafted on the breeze. Primrose paused for a moment, looking back towards the river. A sense of contentment washed over her as she reflected on her perfect, lazy day on the Brandywine. With a happy sigh, Primrose turned the brass doorknob and stepped inside, carrying with her the peace and tranquility of the river. As she joined her family for the evening meal, she knew that the memories of this day would linger, a soothing balm for her spirit in times to come. Story 4. As the first light of dawn painted the sky in soft hues of pink and gold, a familiar jingling sound echoed through the sleepy lanes of Hobbiton. The clop-clop of pony hooves on the well-worn path announced the arrival of Rosie Goodbarrel's traveling tea shop, a beloved fixture in the Shire that brought warmth and cheer to hobbits far and wide. Rosie, a plump and cheerful hobbit with rosy cheeks and twinkling brown eyes, sat atop her cart, gently guiding her faithful pony, Buttercup. The cart itself was a marvel of hobbit ingenuity, a cozy mobile tea shop painted in cheerful shades of green and yellow, with intricate flower patterns adorning its sides. Stacked neatly inside were an assortment of teapots, cups, and saucers, along with jars of fragrant tea leaves and an array of freshly baked treats. As Buttercup ambled down the lane, the sweet aroma of baked goods and aromatic teas wafted through the air, gently rousing sleepy hobbits from their beds. Windows creaked open, and curious faces peered out, brightening at the sight of Rosie's familiar cart. The first stop of the day was the home of old Bilbo Baggins at Bag End. Rosie guided Buttercup up the winding path, the cart's wheels crunching softly on the gravel. As she approached, the round green door swung open, revealing Bilbo himself, wrapped in a cozy dressing gown and wearing a warm smile. "Oh, Rosie, right on time, as always," Bilbo called out, his eyes twinkling with delight. "I've been looking forward to my morning cup all night." Rosie beamed as she carefully climbed down from her perch. "Good morning, Mr. Bilbo. I've got a special blend just for you today, a mix of black tea with a hint of orange and cinnamon. It'll warm you right up." As Rosie busied herself preparing Bilbo's tea, the old hobbit settled himself on the bench outside his door, breathing in the crisp morning air. The gentle clinking of china and the soft whistle of the kettle created a soothing melody, accompanied by the distant songs of awakening birds. "There you are, Mr. Bilbo," Rosie said, presenting him with a steaming cup of tea and a plate of freshly baked scones. "Mind the cup, it's hot." Bilbo took a careful sip, closing his eyes in contentment as the flavors danced across his palate. "Marvelous, simply marvelous," he murmured. "You've outdone yourself once again, Rosie." As Bilbo enjoyed his breakfast, Rosie chatted amiably about the goings-on in the Shire. Her travels gave her a unique perspective on local news and gossip, which she shared freely, but kindly. The two hobbits passed a pleasant half-hour in conversation before Rosie packed up her things and bid Bilbo farewell. Back on the road, Rosie and Buttercup made their way through Hobbiton, stopping here and there as hobbits hailed the tea cart. Each stop was a miniature social event, with neighbors gathering to share a cup and exchange news. Rosie's warm laugh and gentle demeanor put everyone at ease, creating pockets of joy and relaxation wherever she went. As the morning wore on, Rosie guided Buttercup towards the outskirts of Hobbiton, where the farms and fields stretched out in a patchwork of green and gold. The sun had climbed higher in the sky, casting a warm glow over the landscape and bringing out the vibrant colors of wildflowers dotting the roadside. The tea cart's next major stop was the Gamgee family's farm, where Rosie knew she'd find old Gaffer Gamgee and his son Sam hard at work in their vegetable garden. As they approached, the rich scent of earth and growing things mingled with the aromatic teas in Rosie's cart. Sam was the first to spot them, straightening up from where he'd been tending to a row of plump tomatoes. He waved enthusiastically, his face breaking into a wide grin. "Ah, Rosie's here with the tea cart," he called out. The gaffer emerged from behind a tall stand of beans, wiping his brow with a weathered handkerchief. "Well, if that ain't a welcome sight," he said, his gruff voice warm with affection. "Come on over, Rosie. We could use a spot of refreshment." Rosie brought the cart to a halt beneath the shade of a large apple tree, its branches heavy with ripening fruit. As she set about preparing tea for the Gamgees, Sam hurried to fetch a couple of sturdy wooden chairs for his father and himself. "What'll it be today, gentlemen?" Rosie asked, gesturing to her array of teas and treats. "Oh, something cool and refreshing, if you please," the gaffer requested, settling into his chair with a contented sigh. "The sun's got a bit of bite to it today." Rosie nodded knowingly. "I've got just the thing, a nice mint and lemon balm tea, served over ice. And perhaps some cucumber sandwiches to go with it." As Rosie prepared their order, Sam and the gaffer relaxed in the dappled shade, the tension of their morning's work melting away. The gentle clinking of ice in glasses and the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze created a peaceful atmosphere. "Here we are," Rosie announced, presenting each hobbit with a tall glass of iced tea, beads of condensation already forming on the outside, and a plate of delicate sandwiches. "Careful now, the glasses are a bit slippery." The Gamgees sipped their tea appreciatively. The cool, refreshing flavors a perfect counterpoint to the warmth of the day. They chatted easily with Rosie, sharing news of their crops and inquiring about the other farms she'd visited. As they talked, a gentle breeze picked up, carrying with it the sweet scent of ripening apples from the orchard. Bees hummed lazily as they flitted from flower to flower in the nearby garden, and in the distance, the soft baa-ing of sheep could be heard from a neighboring farm. After the Gamgees had finished their tea and Rosie had packed away the dishes, she bid them a fond farewell and continued on her route. The afternoon sun was high in the sky now, casting short shadows as Buttercup plodded steadily onward. Rosie's journey took her along winding country lanes, past fields of golden wheat swaying gently in the breeze, and through small copses of trees where dappled sunlight danced on the path. At each farm and hobbit hole she passed, she was greeted with warm smiles and friendly waves. As the afternoon wore on, Rosie found herself approaching the small village of Bywater. The Green Dragon Inn came into view, its cheerful sign creaking gently in the breeze. Rosie knew that this would be her last major stop of the day, and a busy one at that. Word of her arrival spread quickly through the village, and soon a small crowd had gathered in front of the inn. Hobbits of all ages eagerly awaited their turn, the air filled with cheerful chatter and the occasional burst of laughter. Rosie set up her cart in the shade of a large oak tree, its sprawling branches providing ample cover for her patrons. She worked efficiently but unhurriedly, preparing a variety of teas and distributing plates of scones, tea cakes, and sandwiches. The atmosphere was festive yet relaxed, with hobbits settling on benches, perching on low stone walls, or simply sprawling on the soft grass. Rosie moved among them, topping up teacups and offering words of kindness and encouragement to each patron. As the sun began its descent towards the horizon, casting long shadows and bathing everything in a warm, golden light, the crowd around Rosie's cart gradually thinned. Hobbits bid her farewell, thanking her for the tea and company before ambling home for their evening meals. Rosie began the task of cleaning and packing up her cart, humming softly to herself as she worked. The day's earnings jingled merrily in her apron pocket, a satisfying reminder of another successful journey. As she hitched Buttercup back up to the cart, the innkeeper of the Green Dragon approached, carrying a small basket. "Here you are, Rosie," he said warmly, handing her the basket. "A bit of supper for your journey home. Can't have our favorite tea lady going hungry now, can we?" Rosie accepted the basket with a grateful smile, touched by the thoughtful gesture. "Thank you kindly," she replied. "You're too good to me. You are." With a final wave to the few remaining patrons, Rosie climbed back onto her seat and gently urged Buttercup forward. As they made their way out of Bywater and onto the road that would lead them home, Rosie reflected on the day's events. The sun was setting now, painting the sky in brilliant shades of orange and pink. The air was filled with the evening chorus of birds settling down for the night, punctuated by the rhythmic clip-clop of Buttercup's hooves and the familiar jingling of the tea cart. Rosie breathed in deeply, savoring the scents of the evening fresh grass, blooming flowers, and the lingering aroma of tea and baked goods from her cart. A sense of deep contentment settled over her as she guided Buttercup along the familiar path. As the first stars began to twinkle in the darkening sky, Rosie caught sight of her own little hobbit hole in the distance. A warm light glowed in the windows, welcoming her home after a long day's journey. Rosie patted Buttercup's neck affectionately. "Home again, old girl," she murmured. Another fine day of bringing a little warmth and cheer to the Shire, and with that, the Shire's traveling tea shop completed another successful journey, leaving in its wake a trail of contented hobbits, warm conversations, and the lingering aroma of the finest teas in all the Shire. Story 5. In the eastern reaches of the Shire, nestled between rolling hills and ancient woods, lay the small village of Rushbrook. Here lived Marigold Goodbody, a hobbit known for her melodious voice and her uncanny ability to predict the weather. Despite her gifts, Marigold had always felt a strange longing, as if something essential was missing from her life. One midsummer's eve, when the air was thick with the scent of honeysuckle and the fireflies danced like earthbound stars, Marigold found herself unable to sleep. Driven by an inexplicable urge, she left her cozy hobbit hole and wandered into the nearby woods. As she walked deeper into the forest, the sounds of the night seemed to change. The rustle of leaves and the chirping of crickets began to blend into a faint, haunting melody. Intrigued, Marigold followed the sound, her bare feet treading softly on the moss-covered ground. After what seemed like hours but could have been mere minutes, Marigold stumbled upon a hidden glade. At its center, a small stream trickled over smooth stones, its waters gleaming silver in the moonlight. But it was not the sight that captivated Marigold, it was the sound. The stream was singing, its waters producing a melody so beautiful and sorrowful that tears sprang to her eyes. As she stood transfixed, an elderly hobbit emerged from the shadows. His eyes twinkled with a wisdom that seemed to span ages. "I've been waiting for you, Marigold Goodbody," he said, his voice as gentle as the breeze. The old hobbit introduced himself as Hildefons Took, long thought lost on one of his adventures beyond the borders of the Shire. He explained that the stream before them was no ordinary watercourse, but a remnant of the great river Gelion that once flowed through Beleriand in the First Age. This stream, Hildefons said, carries the memories and songs of the elves who once dwelled by its banks. It has been waiting for someone who could hear its melody and learn its songs. Marigold listened, spellbound, as Hildefons shared tales of the ancient elves, of great joys and sorrows, of love that endured beyond the changing of the world. As the night wore on, she found herself learning the stream's songs, her voice blending perfectly with its liquid notes. With each song she learned, Marigold felt as if a piece of herself that had been missing was finally falling into place. The longing she had always felt began to fade, replaced by a deep sense of connection to the world around her. As dawn approached, Hildefons smiled at Marigold. "The stream has chosen you as its new guardian," he said. "It is now your task to keep these songs alive, to share them with those who need comfort and healing." From that day forward, Marigold's life changed. She would often visit the hidden glade, learning new songs from the stream and perfecting the ones she knew. The hobbits of Rushbrook noticed a change in her singing. It now carried a power that could ease troubled minds and heal wounded hearts. Word of Marigold's gift spread throughout the Shire. Hobbits suffering from sleepless nights, heavy hearts, or troubled minds would seek her out. She would sing to them the songs of the forgotten stream, weaving tales of ancient days into her melodies. Those who listened found their burdens lightened, their sleep deepened, and their hearts filled with a peace they had never known before. As the years passed, Marigold taught the songs to other hobbits with a gift for music, ensuring that the ancient melodies would never be lost again. The little village of Rushbrook became known as a haven of peace and healing in the Shire. And so, night after night, the songs of the forgotten stream echoed through the hills and valleys of the Shire, a reminder of the enduring magic that flowed through the veins of Middle-earth. Hobbits would close their eyes, listening to Marigold's voice blending with the whisper of leaves and the gurgle of brooks, and drift into dreams filled with starlight and the distant shores of Valinor. In this way, the humble hobbits of the Shire became the unknowing keepers of some of the most ancient and powerful songs in all of Middle-earth, their simple lives enriched by melodies that had once echoed in the halls of elven kings. And Marigold, once restless and unfulfilled, found her true calling as the guardian of these ageless songs, her voice a bridge between the simple present of the Shire and the mythic past of Middle-earth. Each night, as she sang the stream's lullabies, she felt the love and wisdom of countless generations flowing through her, bringing peace not only to her listeners, but to her own heart as well. Story 6. As the sun dipped below the rolling hills of Hobbiton, painting the sky in hues of amber and lavender, a familiar figure emerged from the round green door of Bag End. Bilbo Baggins, his silver hair gleaming in the fading light, stepped out onto the well-worn path with a spring in his step that belied his advanced years. In his arms, he cradled a worn leather case, its contents clinking gently with each movement. This evening ritual had become as much a part of Bilbo's life as second breakfast or afternoon tea. As the stars began to twinkle into existence overhead, the old hobbit made his way up the grassy slope above his beloved home, his bare feet padding softly on the cool earth. Reaching the crest of the hill, Bilbo paused to catch his breath, inhaling deeply the sweet scent of night-blooming flowers that perfumed the air. The Shire stretched out before him, a patchwork of fields and gardens bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Here and there, warm light spilled from the windows of distant hobbit holes, like fireflies nestled in the landscape. With practiced ease, Bilbo set down his case and began to unpack its contents. First came a soft woolen blanket, which he spread carefully on the grass, still warm from the day's sunshine. Next, he withdrew his trusty pipe, a notebook filled with cramped elvish script, and finally, the pride of his collection, a brass telescope, a gift from his old friend Gandalf the Grey. As Bilbo settled himself comfortably on the blanket, the first stars of the evening winked into view overhead. He took a moment to fill his pipe with Old Toby, the finest pipe weed in all the South Farthing. With a contented sigh, he lit the pipe, and soon fragrant smoke rings drifted lazily upward, seeming to mingle with the stars themselves. The night deepened, and more stars appeared, like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky. Bilbo's eyes, still sharp despite his age, darted from constellation to constellation, naming each one in a soft murmur. "There's the sickle," he whispered, tracing its shape with a gnarled finger. "And there, the butterfly, its wings spread wide." As he gazed upward, Bilbo's mind wandered to the tales of old, stories of the elves and their profound connection to the stars above. He recalled the melodious voice of Lord Elrond in Rivendell, speaking of Varda, the star kindler, who set the stars in their courses at the dawn of time. A cool breeze rustled through the grass, carrying with it the distant song of crickets and the soft hooting of an owl. Bilbo drew his cloak closer around his shoulders, the familiar weight of the garment as comforting as an old friend's embrace. Picking up his telescope, Bilbo began his nightly exploration of the heavens. He adjusted the brass tube with careful precision, bringing into focus the celestial wonders that had captivated him for decades. The Shire might not be known for its scholars or adventurers, but in Bilbo Baggins, it had found its own dedicated astronomer. Through the lens, the moon revealed itself in all its glory, a silver orb hanging in the vastness of space, its craters and mountains thrown into sharp relief. Bilbo marveled at the play of light and shadow across its surface, imagining what it might be like to walk upon those distant plains. As he shifted his gaze to the stars, Bilbo's breath caught in his throat. There, just visible through his telescope, was a sight that never failed to fill him with wonder: the Remarth, or netted stars. This dense cluster of twinkling lights reminded him of the tales he'd heard in his youth of the great jewels crafted by the elves in ages past. Lowering the telescope, Bilbo reached for his notebook. With quill in hand, he began to sketch the constellations, adding notes in his flowing script. The scratch of pen on paper and the occasional puff of his pipe were the only sounds to break the peaceful silence of the hilltop. As the night wore on, Bilbo's eyes began to droop, heavy with the weight of years and the lateness of the hour. But just as he considered packing up his things, a flash of light streaked across the sky, a falling star, its brief journey a dazzling display of celestial fireworks. Bilbo's face lit up with childlike delight. "Oh, magnificent!" he exclaimed softly, his eyes following the star's arc until it faded from view. In that moment, he felt the same rush of excitement that had propelled him out his door and into adventure so many years ago. Inspired by the celestial display, Bilbo set aside his notebook and leaned back on the blanket, his hands clasped behind his head. The vastness of the night sky stretched out above him, a canopy of stars that seemed close enough to touch. As he lay there, Bilbo's mind wandered to the many nights he'd spent under these same stars during his great adventure. He remembered the moonlit forests of Mirkwood, the starry skies above the lonely mountain, and the ethereal beauty of Rivendell's nights. Each memory was a thread in the tapestry of his life, woven together by the constant presence of the stars above. A gentle rustling in the nearby bushes caught Bilbo's attention. He turned his head, a smile spreading across his face as a familiar furry head poked out from the foliage. "Well, hello there, little friend," Bilbo said softly, watching as a curious hedgehog waddled into view. The small creature paused, its button nose twitching as it regarded the old hobbit with cautious interest. Bilbo remained still, not wanting to startle his unexpected companion. After a moment, the hedgehog seemed to decide that Bilbo posed no threat and continued on its nightly foraging, disappearing into the shadows as quietly as it had appeared. This brief encounter reminded Bilbo of the interconnectedness of all things under the vast canopy of stars. From the smallest hedgehog to the grandest elf lord, all were bound together by the same sky, the same stars that had watched over Middle-earth since the dawn of time. As the night deepened, a bank of clouds began to drift across the sky, veiling the stars in a gossamer shroud. Bilbo watched their progress with a mixture of disappointment and acceptance, knowing that this signaled the end of his stargazing for the evening. With a soft groan, he pushed himself to his feet, his joints creaking in protest after hours of stillness. He took a moment to stretch, breathing deeply of the cool night air. The scent of damp earth and night-blooming flowers filled his lungs, grounding him in the present moment. Bilbo began to pack away his belongings, each item carefully returned to its place in the leather case. As he folded the blanket, still warm from his body heat, he paused to take one last look at the sky. Through a break in the clouds, a single star shone brightly, as if bidding him a personal farewell. "Good night, old friends," Bilbo murmured to the stars, a fond smile playing across his weathered features. Until tomorrow, with his case in hand, Bilbo made his way back down the hill towards Bag End. The windows of his hobbit hole glowed with welcoming warmth, promising a cozy hearth and a cup of tea before bed. As he walked, Bilbo's mind was still filled with the wonders he had observed, each step bringing him closer to home, but leaving his heart among the stars. Reaching his round green door, Bilbo paused, turning to look back up at the hill. The night breeze ruffled his silver hair as he stood there, a small figure beneath the vast expanse of the sky. In that moment, he felt both insignificant and incredibly fortunate, a tiny part of a grand, beautiful universe, yet privileged to witness its majesty night after night. With a contented sigh, Bilbo pushed open his door and stepped inside. The familiar sense of home, old books, polished wood, and lingering pipeweed smoke enveloped him like a warm embrace. He set his case down gently and made his way to the kitchen, where a kettle waited to be filled for a soothing cup of chamomile tea. As Bilbo went through the comforting motions of preparing his tea, his mind remained among the stars. He knew that tomorrow night, and the night after, and for as many nights as he had left, he would return to his hilltop perch. There, under the vast canopy of the night sky, Bilbo Baggins, the Shire's devoted night sky watcher, would continue to find wonder, peace, and a connection to something greater than himself. The gentle whistle of the kettle brought Bilbo back to the present. As he poured the steaming water over the fragrant tea leaves, he smiled to himself. Another night of stargazing had come to an end, but the memories of the celestial wonders he had witnessed would dance behind his eyelids as he drifted off to sleep, carrying him into dreams as vast and beautiful as the night sky itself. Story 7. In the heart of Hobbiton, nestled between rolling hills and babbling brooks, stood a quaint bakery with a round blue door. Long before the first rays of sunlight kissed the dewy grass, the warm glow of candlelight spilled from its windows, a beacon in the pre-dawn darkness. Inside, Fosco Puddifoot, the most renowned baker in all the Shire, was already hard at work, preparing for another day of delighting his fellow hobbits with the most scrumptious breads and pastries imaginable. As the first birds began their morning song, Fosco gently closed the door behind him, breathing in the cool, crisp air. The scent of damp earth and night-blooming flowers still lingered, slowly giving way to the promise of a new day. With a contented sigh, he turned the old brass key in the lock and pushed open the door to his beloved bakery. The familiar aroma of yeast and flour enveloped him like a warm embrace as he stepped inside. Fosco paused for a moment, allowing his eyes to adjust to the dim light of the candles he had lit earlier. The bakery was quiet now, but soon it would come alive with the sounds and smells of his craft. Moving with the ease of long practice, Fosco made his way to the large wooden work table that dominated the center of the room. His fingers trailed lightly over the smooth surface, worn smooth by years of kneading dough and shaping loaves. He smiled to himself, remembering the day his father had presented him with this table, a rite of passage marking Fosco's transition from apprentice to master baker. With gentle movements, Fosco began to gather his ingredients. The soft clink of ceramic bowls and the whisper of flour being sifted filled the air. He hummed softly, an old tune his mother used to sing while baking, as he measured out the flour, salt, and yeast with practiced precision. In a large bowl, Fosco combined the dry ingredients, creating a small well in the center. With reverence, he poured in the water, watching as it slowly mixed with the flour. The transformation from separate elements to cohesive dough never failed to fill him with a sense of wonder. As he began to knead the dough, Fosco fell into a rhythm as familiar to him as breathing. Push, fold, turn, push, fold, turn. The repetitive motion was soothing, almost meditative. He lost himself in the task, his strong hands working the dough until it became smooth and elastic under his touch. Outside, the sky began to lighten, the inky blackness giving way to soft shades of purple and pink. The first tentative rays of sunlight crept through the windows, casting a warm glow over the bakery. Fosco paused in his work, taking a moment to appreciate the beauty of the dawn. With the dough set aside to rise, Fosco turned his attention to the oven. He carefully stoked the fires, the crackle and pop of the wood creating a cozy atmosphere. The warmth from the ovens began to fill the room, chasing away the last of the night's chill. As he waited for the ovens to reach the perfect temperature, Fosco began to prepare the day's pastries. His nimble fingers worked quickly, rolling out delicate sheets of puff pastry and carefully shaping them into intricate designs. The quiet of the early morning was broken only by the soft thud of his rolling pin and the occasional scrape of a baking sheet. The scent of butter and sugar filled the air as Fosco prepared the fillings for his famous fruit tarts. He hummed contentedly as he stirred a pot of bubbling berry compote, the sweet aroma mingling with the yeasty smell of rising bread dough. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, painting the world outside in shades of gold, the bakery came alive with activity. Fosco moved from task to task with graceful efficiency, sliding trays of pastries into the oven and shaping loaves of bread with practiced ease. The first batch of bread went into the oven, just as the cockerel in a nearby farm announced the arrival of true morning. Fosco smiled at the familiar sound, knowing that soon the streets of Hobbiton would begin to stir with early risers eager for their breakfast. While the bread baked, filling the bakery with its irresistible aroma, Fosco began to prepare the display cases. He carefully arranged yesterday's leftover pastries, still fresh and enticing, on platters lined with crisp white doilies. Each tart, scone, and muffin was placed with careful consideration, creating an enticing display that would tempt even the most disciplined hobbit. The ding of the oven timer drew Fosco's attention back to his bread. With oven mitts protecting his hands, he carefully removed the golden brown loaves, their crusts crackling slightly as they met the cooler air. The rich, comforting smell of freshly baked bread filled the bakery, a scent that never failed to bring a smile to Fosco's face. As he set the loaves on a cooling rack, Fosco heard the first tentative knock on the bakery door. He glanced at the clock, realizing that in his absorption with his work, he had lost track of time. It was opening hour, and his first customers of the day were eagerly waiting. With a final glance around to ensure everything was in order, Fosco made his way to the door. He smoothed down his flour-dusted apron and ran a hand through his curly hair before turning the sign from closed to open and welcoming in the day's first patron. The cool morning air rushed in as Fosco opened the door, bringing with it the cheerful greetings of his regular customers. Old Farmer Maggot, always the first to arrive, inhaled deeply, his eyes twinkling with anticipation. "Ah, Fosco, my lad," he said, his voice gruff but warm. "I swear, the smell of your bread could wake a stone giant from his slumber." Fosco chuckled, ushering in Farmer Maggot and the small group that had gathered behind him. "You're too kind, sir. Now, what can I get for you this fine morning?" As he served his customers, Fosco felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This was why he rose before dawn each day, why he poured his heart and soul into every loaf and pastry. The joy on his patrons' faces as they bit into a warm, crusty slice of bread or savored a flaky fruit tart made every early morning worthwhile. Throughout the morning, a steady stream of hobbits came and went, filling the bakery with cheerful chatter and the clink of coins. Fosco moved between the counter and the kitchen, restocking displays and pulling fresh batches from the oven. The warm, yeasty scent of baking bread was a constant, underscoring the cozy atmosphere of the shop. As the morning wore on, Fosco found moments to chat with his customers, exchanging news and friendly gossip. He listened with genuine interest to tales of new vegetable varieties in someone's garden or the latest antics of the Took children. These connections, these moments of community, were as much a part of his craft as the baking itself. When there was a lull in customers, Fosco returned to his work table, beginning preparations for the afternoon's baking. His hands moved almost of their own accord, measuring and mixing, shaping and scoring. The familiar tasks were soothing, allowing his mind to wander even as his body remained productive. He thought about the generations of puddiffoots who had stood at this very table, kneading dough and crafting delicacies. He thought about the recipes passed down through the years, each baker adding their own touch, their own bit of love to the family legacy. And he thought about the future, imagining the day when he would pass on these secrets, this passion, to the next generation. As the sun reached its zenith, bathing Hobbiton in warm midday light, Fosco paused in his work. He wiped his brow with a flour-dusted hand and looked around his bakery with a sense of pride and contentment. The shelves were still well stocked, the air still fragrant with the scent of fresh bread and sweet pastries. Another successful morning had passed, and the afternoon stretched before him, full of possibility. Fosco smiled to himself as he returned to his kneading. Tomorrow, he would rise before dawn once again, ready to greet the day with flour-covered hands and a heart full of passion for his craft. But for now, he savored the present moment, finding joy in the simple pleasure of creating something delicious to share with his community. And so, as the day continued its gentle progression, Fosco Puddifoot, the Hobbit baker, remained at his post. His skilled hands and warm heart worked in tandem, filling Hobbiton with the comforting aroma of home-baked goods and the sweet taste of happiness, one loaf at a time. Story 8. In the rolling hills of the Shire, nestled beneath an ancient oak tree, stood a long-forgotten hobbit hole. Its round green door, once a beacon of warmth and hospitality, now hung crooked on rusted hinges. The windows, clouded with years of neglect, gazed sightlessly over the overgrown garden. But today, as the first golden rays of sunrise kissed the misty landscape, the old hobbit hole stirred with new life. A group of friends, led by the ever-cheerful Rosie Cotton and the practical Samwise Gamgee, made their way up the winding path. They carried baskets filled with tools, paints, and an assortment of gardening implements. Their mission, to breathe new life into this abandoned home and create a cozy retreat for weary travelers. As they approached, Rosie's melodious voice broke the morning silence. "Oh, Sam, just look at it. I can already see how lovely it'll be once we're done." Sam nodded, his eyes twinkling with anticipation. "Aye, Rosie, it's got good bones, this old place. Just needs a bit of love and care." The group set to work with quiet determination. Merry and Pippin, always eager for a new adventure, tackled the overgrown garden. The snip-snip of their shears mingled with the chirping of awakening birds as they carefully trimmed back the wild roses and honeysuckle that had claimed the front yard. Inside, Frodo and Sam began the delicate task of cleaning years of dust and cobwebs from the rounded walls and ceiling. Soft bristled brushes whispered against the surfaces, revealing the warm, earthy tones of the natural clay beneath. Motes of dust danced in the streams of sunlight that now poured through the freshly cleaned windows. Rosie busied herself in the kitchen, her gentle humming a soothing backdrop to the quiet industry around her. She scrubbed the old stone sink until it gleamed, then turned her attention to the wooden cupboards. As she worked, she imagined the delicious meals that would soon be prepared here, filling the Hobbit hole with warmth and enticing aromas. As the morning wore on, the Hobbit hole gradually shed its neglected appearance. The musty smell of dessous gave way to the fresh scent of lemon polish and lavender-scented cleaning solutions. The creaking of old floorboards under careful feet and the occasional clink of tools created a peaceful rhythm of restoration. Outside, the garden was transforming under Merry and Pippin's care. They uncovered a charming stone path, long hidden beneath tangled weeds. With each cleared section, more of the garden's original design revealed itself: a circular bed here, perfect for colorful annuals, a cozy nook there, ideal for a reading bench. "Pip, look here," Mary called out softly, brushing dirt from a weathered stone. "It's an old sundial. Bet it's been here since the hole was first dug." Pippin crouched down, running his fingers gently over the time-worn surface. "We'll clean it up proper, Mary. It'll be the centerpiece of the garden. Just you wait and see." As midday approached, the friends paused in their work to enjoy a well-deserved lunch. They gathered in the freshly cleared sitting room, settling on soft cushions spread over the clean floor. Sam unpacked a basket filled with crusty bread, sharp cheese, and juicy apples. The simple meal was made all the more delicious by the morning's satisfying work. Frodo leaned back, surveying the room with a contented smile. "It's coming along beautifully," he mused. "I can almost see the previous owners puttering about, can't you?" The others nodded in agreement, each lost in their own imaginings of the Hobbit hole's history. The gentle clinking of cups and the soft murmur of conversation filled the space with a warm, homey atmosphere. After lunch, the renovation continued with renewed energy. Sam and Frodo turned their attention to the wooden beams that crisscrossed the ceiling. Armed with sandpaper and lemon oil, they gently restored the wood to its original honey gold luster. The subtle scent of lemon mingled with the earthy smell of wood, creating a fresh, natural fragrance. Rosie, meanwhile, had begun the task of wallpapering the bedroom. She'd chosen a delicate pattern of pale blue forget-me-nots on a cream background. As she carefully smoothed each section into place, the room seemed to expand and brighten, as if welcoming the touch of beauty after so many years of neglect. Outside, Merry and Pippin had moved on to repainting the round front door. They'd chosen a cheerful yellow, as bright as a summer dandelion. Each brush stroke covered more of the old, faded green, transforming the entrance into a welcoming beacon for future visitors. As the afternoon sun began its slow descent, casting long, golden shadows across the land, the friends stood back to admire their handiwork. The Hobbit hole, so forlorn this morning, now radiated warmth and charm. The newly polished windows gleamed in the late afternoon light, offering glimpses of the cozy interior. Fresh curtains, sewn by Rose's skilled hands, fluttered gently in the breeze. The garden, while still a work in progress, showed promise of the beauty to come, with neat beds ready for planting and the clean sundial standing proudly in the center. "Well, I'd say that's a good day's work," Sam said, wiping his brow with a satisfied smile. "What do you think, Rosie? Ready for some guests, is it?" Rosie's eyes sparkled as she took in the transformed Hobbit hole. "Oh, Sam, it's perfect, but I think we need one final touch." She disappeared into the kitchen, returning moments later with a small copper kettle and a tray of cups. "What say we christen our handiwork with a nice cup of tea?" The friends gathered around the freshly scrubbed kitchen table, the chairs creaking softly as they settled in. Rosie busied herself at the stove, and soon the comforting whistle of the kettle filled the air. The familiar ritual of preparing tea, the clink of cups, the gentle splash of hot water, the aromatic steam rising from the pot, seemed to breathe the final bit of life into the rejuvenated Hobbit hole. As they sipped their tea, a sense of peaceful accomplishment settled over the group. The soft murmur of conversation blended with the chirping of evening birds outside and the distant baa-ing of sheep in nearby fields. Through the open windows, the sweet scent of wild roses drifted in on the cool evening breeze. "You know," Frodo said thoughtfully, cradling his warm cup, "I think this old place might have a story or two to tell. Imagine all the hobbits who've called it home over the years." Pippin's eyes lit up. "Ooh, yes. Maybe it was once home to a great adventurer, or a famous cook known throughout the Shire for their mushroom pies." The friends chuckled softly, each adding their own imaginings to the Hobbit hole's possible history. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in soft pinks and purples, candles were lit, casting a warm, flickering glow throughout the cozy space. The day's work complete, the friends began to gather their things, reluctant to leave the welcoming atmosphere they'd created. Rosie took one last look around, straightening a cushion here, adjusting a vase of freshly picked wildflowers there. "It feels like home now, doesn't it?" she said softly. "I can just imagine how happy the first weary traveler will be when they stumble upon this little haven." Sam nodded, gently placing his hand on Rosie's shoulder. "That they will, Rosie, and it's all thanks to your vision. You saw the beauty hiding beneath all the dust and neglect." As they stepped outside, closing the cheerful yellow door behind them, the Hobbit hole seemed to glow with an inner light. The windows winked in the twilight, as if the house itself was bidding them a fond farewell and thanking them for their care. The group made their way down the winding path, their quiet chatter and occasional laughter floating back to the Hobbit hole on the evening breeze. Behind them, the restored home stood proud and welcoming, ready to offer comfort and respite to all who might come seeking shelter. And so, as night fell gently over the Shire, the once-forgotten Hobbit hole settled into its new life. The fresh paint dried in the cool night air, the newly planted flowers closed their petals in sleep, and the restored sundial stood sentinel in the moonlight. Inside, the lingering scent of lemon polish, fresh tea, and warm companionship filled every nook and cranny, a promise of the hospitality and warmth that awaited future guests in this cozy corner of the Shire.